national facilities. They can do kind of research, of which for you, some of you are the young graduates. You can take a look at these national facilities, what they do, and then you can approach them and express your interest in what they do. And then partnership, what is really partnership within the NRF? So I will not really go through all of this, but generally partnership with us, NRF, is to facilitate generation of knowledge and development of the related human capacity and to increase research impact by promoting joint research. These are our network of partners. So our partners are our universities, students, researchers, our government departments, the science performing institutions like our science agency like HSRC, ARC, Water Research Commission, and then you, the end users, private sector. So we have a vast group of partners that we work with. So basically, without partners, we can't work as a funding agency because we all need each other so that we can drive this research agenda. It can be through us, through funding, and then through you doing the actual research. I'm not sure if it's projecting there. This is some of our partners with Asia and Americas, and then with Europe, and then our NGOs and state-owned enterprises. The next slide, I will look at the NRF funding pipeline. So the NRF funding pipeline, we start funding from our next generation of researchers. That's where most of you who are here, the young scholars and researchers, your honors, masters, and doctoral. And then we have the emerging researchers. That's where mostly the postdocs fall. And then we have our established researchers, and we have strategic investments. So one of our panelists was here. She was talking more of the researchers. So under the strategic investments, we have the researchers and the centers of excellence. So with researchers and centers of excellence, these are kind of hubs where they do human capacity development, training of students from masters, honors, masters, until postdocs. So I give it back to you as young researchers and scholars to just check within the universities what kind of researchers do they have. If they are related they are doing something which you have more interest in, just take a look, approach them, show your interest, because these are kind of, they do have some kind of funding which is linked to the researchers, which we'll call them, from NRF side, we call them the grant holder linked. So those are some of the opportunities which are there for you, which you should really try to tap in. So I will look at the present, current funding opportunities which are available, which are open now in 2026 for 2027 funding. The more details on these funding opportunities are there on our website. The call framework documents, what is required, is there on our website. And I also have my colleagues at the back there, and our stand is just outside. So during lunch, let's network, let's talk, ask questions in terms of our funding opportunities. So within RISA, we have the next generation and emerging researchers directorate, and then we have the international grants and partnerships, we have science missions, and we have the strategic investments where the SACHIs and centers of excellence are. So with the next generation and emerging researchers, that's where the funding for honors, masters, doctoral, and postdoc are situated and administered. So we currently have calls. These are the list of calls which are open. So I really encourage you to take a look on our website, our call framework documents, even within the institution, your university where you are, for example, here in South Africa, go to the research office, ask them about these funding opportunities and how you can apply. They are there to really assist you. So within this, the next generation and emerging researchers, we also have the human capacity component within it, which is the next generation of the next generation and emerging researchers symposium, which happen every year. So take a look at it. They open a call for that for you to apply. So this is like it's a forum like this where young researchers, you sit and then you discuss issues and network. And we have the funding opportunities within the international grants and partnerships. So I will not really go deep into this, but I decided that I should touch on this because we, in this room, we have already some established researchers. So the main aim for this is to encourage our established researchers to apply for these opportunities. Because some of these opportunities, like the international collaborative research grants, they have the student components within them, which are grant holder linked. For example, if Dr. Mapula apply and she get a collaborative research grant, you find that it's mandatory to have at least train 2 masters and 2 doctoral. So please, let's apply for these opportunities, look for these opportunities to also help our young researchers. Because if we look around, we are currently, in the higher education landscape, we are currently faced in a situation where we have Asian researchers who are actually exiting the system. And then what's next? So we are the future of in academia. So let's take these opportunities and embrace them. So some of the opportunities that we have within this that I think is more relevant to you in terms of the science networks and research links, we have the South African China Young Scientist Exchange Program, and we have the Knowledge Interchange and Collaborative Program, which is more of networking, attending the conferences, which is targeted mainly from, the doctoral students. So take a look at those opportunities. If you see a conference somewhere and you're interested, you want to attend it, apply through us, NRF, and then you might be the one who get the fund, and then you go and attend the conference. And then I will not touch much on the strategic science missions and the researchers. However, like I've said, with the researchers, for you young graduates, go look at your universities, what kind of researchers do they have, try to approach them and show interest that you want to do masters, you want to do doctoral with them. Do you have positions for postdocs? Because they have, mostly the NRF funded ones, they have the funding component, which is for students and the emerging researchers. So how do you apply? You apply on our NRF online submission system, which is the NRF Connect. You go to the website and then you'll find, or just Google National Research Foundation, and then you look at our funding opportunities there. So the contact details of the relevant personnel who are responsible for such particular kind of programs, they are there, and then you can reach out. And also during lunchtime, and we can network outside and take it from there. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Walter. My duty here is to make announcements before we head to lunch. Do you guys have questions for Walter? Sorry, I apologize. One question. Can we have more mics?
Thank you very much, Walter. I'm asking this question on behalf of the non-South African young scholars. Obviously, in REF, South Africa is very strong and you're able to do a lot that other places, unfortunately, do not have that benefit. So the question I want to ask two questions. One, can other non-South African scholars benefit from what you do? Number two, how do you connect with other NRFs? I know you're very strong. There's a strong relationship between South Africa and Kenyan NRF, but are you linked with other NRFs in other countries? Thank you. I'm asking this for the sake of the young scholars who are not South Africans.
Thank you. Yes, the opportunities are open even for non-South Africans. However, the priority goes to the South Africans where we follow the ministerial guidelines. So there is a percentage when we do the funding decision which cater for non-South Africans. And my colleague there, Valencia, I think she wants to add something.
Our South African institution. So as long as you're part of the South African institution, public institution, then you do get opportunities as a researcher from outside.
If I may add, so I am a beneficiary of NRF or South Africa-Japan bilateral relationship. So we do have those. We have that even Germany. So there's NRF with Germany Society of Funding that is available. So to add to what they said, there are those relationships with other NRFs from other countries, and they do support.
So just in addition, in terms of the connection, we have the body which is called the Science Granting Councils, the Science Granting Council Africa. So we kind of work with all the NRFs within, like in Zimbabwe, in Kenya, in Mozambique, and also internationally, we are in the space, the Global Research Council, and then we work with different science funding agencies. Thank you.
There's a mic coming.
Thank you so much, Walter. That was such an insightful presentation. I, for one, really needed this one, especially for NRF, which comes to my next question. There's a very underwhelming feeling and fear when you're applying for an NRF. Well, for me. And one of those things is because of the admin. And the admin in terms of the application, it's so intense, so many things are required. Not that it's an issue, but in a sense that it's not even communicated to us as young scholars to say, okay, maybe capacity building workshops, maybe there has been, I don't know, but you just found that there's an internal closing date and you have to figure it out yourself, and there's just that, and then maybe you host few online sessions. There's so many dynamics with regards to online sessions. I don't want to talk about that. But we cannot just say that is sufficient, especially for people who are at entry level like myself. So that comes to the question to say, what are some of the challenges have you experienced, particularly for applications? Because I'm not part of NRF, but I'm really maybe having a sense that there aren't a lot of application, and it's not because we don't want to apply. We don't have support, and it's too overwhelmingly administrative. And the last one, so I just want to say, what maybe strategies or solutions have you maybe explored or discussed in terms of really not only addressing those issues, but capacitating entry scholars? Yeah, because we really want to be part of NRF. You can't be funding the same people over and over again. We also want access. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Before I respond to this question, the CEO of HSRC, she said something that research funding and institutional support matters. So why am I saying this? We have the research office within the universities who administer NRF funding. So the research office are there to help you, to capacitate you when the opportunities are out there. So research office and research office is like the interface between NRF and the students. Remember, you can't submit your application to NRF directly without Dr. Naledi's office. Your submission will go to Naledi's office. If there are things that you missed, it's the research office, one of their duties to check if there's something that's missing and then to liaise with you and say, look, we have realized in your proposal you didn't attach this, you missed this and this and this. We are opening this for amendment for you. Can you go and rework on 1, 2, 3, and then you submit? So each and every university research office, they have the capacity development within the research office, which when the calls are out, is for them also to do the awareness internally so that the university also get funding for their students.
So just to add, at SciAS, we have a working group where we do capacity development. So we do have sessions where we train postgraduates on how to apply for NRF directly on the website. So we have our colleagues that run those programs. We do them online mostly, but this year we try to translate it physically. And to add more, there is postgraduate offices, postgraduate support offices within universities that do research capacity.
No, I can use my voice, teacher's voice.
Okay.
I think we also need to have a deeper understanding on what is support, right? Because you may say support is there, but is it impactful? Is it intentional and purposefully feeling whatever purpose? So I don't want us to lip service and say support, but in actual fact, it's, oh, sorry. You can't
What?
hear me, my goodness.
She was providing support.
At least it's impactful. So I'm not trying to argue, colleagues. I just want us to really do the work. I think it also adds to what the VC was saying. Yes, don't be above your people fighting. I'm appealing to say, can we, yes, we have this regulation to say they support internal offices, it's an interface, but we know that. But do monitoring and evaluation to say, is this still supporting? Is this still running the course we intended to? Like, and yes, there are reports. You told me about reports. I understand. But in the reality, let's go to the reality. Let's be real. Let's practice human science research. Is it really happening? And is it really useful? Thank you. I'm not fighting again. Thank you.
Before I take another question, I would like, are you commenting on that? Okay, you commenting?
I just want to say that some of these things will never ever come to us. We need to actually go to where, you know your needs. There's a postgraduate office at a university. Knock on their doors and say that my needs are 1, 2, 3. It might not be a webinar that they organize, but they might actually link you with someone, even within the university, to assist you with your needs. So I think really it is what Dr. Mapula has said, is that waiting is not going to work for us. It is not going to work for us. So you know your needs, knock on the right doors. Postgraduate office, go there and say, I did that recently. To say that, no, I saw this opportunity. Why am I not even copied in this? Now, every email comes to me. I receive that email. But if you're sitting in your corner then thinking that people are going to come to you, it might not happen. So please do knock on those doors. Mr. Baloyi has said that there are so many of those things that are happening within universities, but sometimes they might not even be fit to your needs. So go and knock to say that my personal need as a researcher, a 1, 2, 3, can you assist in that?
Like a proactive approach.
Yes.
Yeah, you know why I agree with that? Thank you for that. Because it becomes even like a shared feeling, whereby I talk about NRF and they're like, way! You see that? Okay, sorry, I also can't understand that expression. It basically means, yo, that's a lot of work. And having such engagement then helps to say, I can actually be proactive and knock on the door and say, hey, I want support with this. So thank you so much for those insights.
Thank you.
Can we have a comment from NRF colleague?
Yes, I was also going to talk about the whole, taking initiative and going to the research offices. But also, likewise, there's also on the call frameworks, there are the people who are responsible for the calls. You can actually contact them. We are also there to assist you where the research office is not able to assist you. So it's best to also send us the emails. Another thing you also mentioned about how the application process is long. We always emphasize this with researchers. We ask you to please read the call guidelines. We find that researchers don't read the call guidelines and then they miss out on some of the opportunities because some things are not even attached for the application. And especially, it would be easier, especially if you're focused on those key things that are already mentioned within the call guideline when you're applying for your for whatever program that is there out there. And again, I think because you are applying on the NRF system, you can go in there once or twice a month to look at the opportunities that are open. Yes, we've got the first review cycle that has its own programs that are open there. There's also the second review cycle, but there are also partner programs that have their own different opening dates. So you can also just be proactive in going onto the system and checking which programs are available for you to apply to. Ask us, use us, come to us, send us your emails to find out how you can apply, what is required for the call, so that you are able to put in a substantial application. Yes.
Okay, that's very nice. Thanks.
Thanks. The other thing that helped me when I was still a student was every now and then I would update my CV on the NRF website. So after each publication or after each conference, you go and put it there. So that helps. Even community engagement, you go and drop it there. That helps when the call opens. And you must know, it opens in February. So some of these things, you can start them earlier. You can start them earlier knowing what is required. A question from here?
Oh, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Now I'm fighting. She said she's not fighting. Question number one. We know the national priorities of South Africa, fine, in that we know that NRF prioritizes national priorities. But I have a sense that there's a serious and deliberate over neglect for funding humanities and social sciences. That the priority is more towards your applied sciences rather than some of us. Number two, I like to believe that, I'm not a young scholar, by the way, anymore. But I'd like to believe that some of us I consider to be what we call the missing middle. That NRF will prioritize young scholars below the age 35 in terms of your doctoral work, in terms of your postdoc work. But those of us who are the missing middle, I'm speaking those who are beyond postdoc level and towards well-established. You prioritize the emerging and well-established, but us, the missing middle, there's no priority at all. Why is that the case? The third one, I don't know whether is there somebody here will be able to respond to that. Why do you make the process of rating so full of anxiety? For instance, those that are applied for rating to have their results in 2026, we started the process in October 2024. we are still waiting for the outcomes. Why make it so tedious and so anxious? You know, it's always better to wait for your PhD or master's results than having to wait for an entire year. For instance, as I'm speaking to you, I've been quite lazy this year. Dr. Mtite was complaining the other day that it appears that I have not seen anything from you this year. I said, because of anxiety, I don't do anything until such time I get the outcomes. Whether they grant me or don't grant me, at least I need the outcomes. Those are the 3 questions. Other matters, I can take them outside with you. There's a lot. For instance, amongst a lot, I have 2 master students. One of them, what I normally do is that I start mentoring them from honors level. I ensure that every honors project is published. But you funded this one without a publication. And here's this one with 3 publications, good results, but did not get funding. What is your criterion? Thank you.
Can you?
Thank you. My colleague Temba Masiva there. I think
Yeah.
you want
So I would like NRF to respond to those before we take questions.
Good morning, colleagues. One thing that people should understand is that NRF is not the one who's reviewing your applications. Those are your peers. We appoint reviewers based on their field. They're the one who recommend the application. For us, it's just to process it and give you funding. If your peers in your field feel that your application was, I don't want to say poor, but didn't meet the standard, and they are not recommending it, there's nothing that the NRF can do. One thing, my brother, about when you say you are the missing gap or something, I used to work for university for more than 15 missing middle, I mean. I used to work for university for more than 15 years. The problem is sometimes in academia, there is a huge gap between teaching and learning and research. So you might find maybe you are good in teaching and learning, but not good in research. But you as an individual, prioritize yourself to say, fine, I'll do postgraduate and I'll specialize on teaching, because you cannot expect yourself to receive funding if you are not good in research, or if you are not good in public, if then we can recommend that. But sometimes there are those applications that are recommended them. Because remember, we have a budget. Let's say, for an example, we had a call about space innovation, whereby we were giving a budget of 8 million. And then we received 4 applications, one from UL, one from UNUZULE, and 2 from CPUT. And then because we have the budget and we have few applications, then we decided to fund all those 4 applications. Sometimes it depends based on the call.
Can we take the conversation outside? Lady here, I know this is a burning conversation to have, but can I have a question, last question from Madam, and then we can proceed to have this conversation via lunch.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Walter, for the astounding presentation. So I'm asking for a friend. So what happens with, for instance, the part about employment, right? So within our institution, we have PhD trainees, and then we've got master's trainees. So a lot of people would view that as employment. However, it happens that your stipend is not enough to even cover your tuition, for instance. So what happens when you are rejected by NRF stating that you are employed so they cannot fund you? But you know that, for instance, even if you save up to for 6 months from your stipend, it still wouldn't be enough to cover, for instance, tuition. It wouldn't be enough to cover if you want to attend conferences both locally and internationally. The money that you get would still not be enough. So how do we move around? Like, how do we motivate that we need that funding, even though the NRF constitutes that we are employed? Thank you.
Mr. Baloyi?
Thank you for that. We have what we call, when you apply for your master's and your doctoral, let's say you are working at some institution, your institution has to write a motivation to say, because you need at least 80% of your time to focus on your research. So if we can get that as a supporting document, as a commitment from your institution saying that you will be doing 80% of, you will be spending 80% of your time doing your research and it's aligned to the particular institution. For example, if you are employed by HSRC, for example, whatever you do, it has to be aligned and the employer has to give you the permission to do that and allow you some time to do your research.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Just one follow-up.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Please.
Colleagues,
Can I just add
colleagues,
quickly?
colleagues.
They don't want
It's quite
to eat.
important for this. I just need to add quickly.
I'm being bullied.
Not all programs don't allow you to apply when you're working. But the programs that I work with, they allow you to apply. So you need to be applied if you're working, you need to at least be still employed for at least 2 years to be able to do the program. Even after, because we need to be able to come back to you when the reporting season comes. Yes.
I would like to take up a dictatorship position. I would like to be a dictator.
Let's take Naledi.
Yeah, USA took over.
With respect, Program Director, before you do that, I'll help you to wrap up this conversation. Ne? So I'm going to say just a few closing remarks from somebody who's in the research office, starting from the point of opportunities and review. It's a joint activity. Once we get a call from the NRF, we need to collaborate with students and researchers. The information sessions that we are hosting with the NRF, we need your participation. And also when you intend to apply for a call, we work with you through the journey. We won't be doing the application for you, of course, but we're going to be assisting you to review to ensure that you have met the eligibility criteria. But it also starts with you when you make that research concept application. Your research must be aligned with what the funder wants to fund. So from that point where you get to conceptualize your research, keep that in mind as to what are you addressing, what impact, and who is the potential funder, so that when those calls come, you are ready to respond. And also on the NRF, it's mandated by the DSTI. For us here, I think we know. So they don't carry their own mandate. They carry the national mandate, the DSTI mandate. And there are other funders, of course, out there that we can also look into. Without calling anybody to order, my Leonard colleague there, I will have this conversation again with him during tea. And also for the rating, it's outside this platform. Yeah. I will engage him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Walter Baloyi. I'm soon going to be a missing middle. Colleagues, we moving into the next item. Okay. From my point, I think I'm done. Dr. Vuyo will make the announcements. Thanks.
Thank you. A round of applause. Colleagues, sorry, we had to cut that discussion. But let me say something profound here. Do you know why we cut the discussion? Because we delayed coming from lunch. Yes, we did. When I was saying come in, people were still walking out of the room. So we punish ourselves, we punish ourselves by delay. The time right now is 10 to 1. We're supposed to go at 1:45. Do we want to have lively discussions for the next sessions? Do we? I'm asking, do we want lively discussions for the next session? By 2 o'clock, the next program director should be saying good afternoon. Without any one of us having said, colleagues, let's move to the next session. We need to be conscious. Those of you who have traveled, if you go to European countries, you go to Germany, they are so time conscious. They are very irritated if you are a minute late. 1 minute. If we cannot observe that, a Japanese train, if the train delayed them, they will be very irritated. They want to get there on time. There's nothing called African time, there's just time. So let me make the following announcements. Number one, we are breaking up after lunch. Lunch is in the restaurant upstairs. When we get there, so that we catch time, you pick what you want fast, make your decision when you can see that. Don't come and stand for a minute in front of one dish. Let's move to the next thing. After that, if you're coming here facing where I'm facing, you turn left, you'll see an arrow. If you want to go to, so one of the sessions is going to be in this room, the other one is going to be on the other room, session one, session 2. You turn left, then you'll see an arrow, you'll go slightly down on the next building opposite. So you'll turn left from here, then at the end of this building, as you walk left of the building opposite across the road, there's an arrow, you'll go down. And as you go down, as you go up, look at your left, as you go up on the building there, look at your left-hand side again. You will see, let me start again. I hear people saying, I want to give exact direction. I said you will go out, turn left. At the end of the road where the T-junction is, turn right. Very clear. Then you will see an arrow pointing you to go down. It's like a few steps. You'll go down, get to a certain platform, then you'll go up. As you go up, at the end of the upside, you'll see, look at your left, you'll see another arrow showing you seminar room 1, written 001. I hope that is as clear as water, not as clear as mud. And we said we are meeting at 2. If you are not wearing this band, you have not registered, you'll not be saved for lunch. Please make sure you have it. It is to ensure that we do not have illegal border jumpers. Thank you. 2 o'clock we are starting. Not going into the room, but starting. Thank you.
Before we go quickly, the room A is here. Dr. Blessing will be the facilitator. Room B is in the next building. Dr. Yende will be the facilitator. Make sure that your slides are with the facilitator, not the ones you send sometime 2 weeks back, and we don't know if that person is here. So just make sure that if you are here, Dr. Blessing has your slides here and they project. Then 2 o'clock we start. Thank you very much.
Uh, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would want to urge if there's someone who is outside to join us, who is supposed to join us. Kindly appraise those who are supposed to be in our meeting to join us, because this is now, I think, 2 o'clock, and we are doing everything according to time. So we don't want to eat into your presentation and discussion times. My name is Blessing Masama. I'm from the HSRC. I'm a researcher there. So good afternoon and happy to meet you. Let not the meal try to sedate us, but to activate us, okay? We are going to have some robust discussions, and welcome to this first parallel session. If you have the program, you can see that it's parallel session A. The thematic area of this parallel session is theme 1, which is innovation and climate action. So we are looking forward to sustainable development. One of the key challenges that we face, especially in Africa, is climate change. And what innovations and interventions are being put in place to deal with the challenges of climate change so that we could achieve resilience and so forth. So we are looking forward. We have very interesting presentations that we are going to have today. And to assist me to do that, we have 6 presenters. And for purposes of ease administration, I'm going to call upon all the presenters to come and take a seat in front here. And then I'll call you one after each other to make a presentation. Your presentation is going to take 15 minutes, and it's timed. And I repeat, the presentation is timed, 15 minutes. As you'll be presenting from this podium, you'll be seeing 15 minutes going from this screen. So you make sure that you get along with your timing so that you squeeze everything that we have within the 15 minutes time so that we don't eat into the time of the next presenter. And then each presentation is allocated 5 minutes of question and answer, but you are not going to answer the questions immediately after your presentation. You will present and then we will give 30 minutes because you are 6, 5 minutes each, so it's going to be 30 minutes of question and answer, questions directed to each presenter. So let me call upon the following presenters, our esteemed participants. Collins Betts, you can come to the front. Tijani Inusa Idrisu. Beatrice Ndosi, come and take a seat where you are comfortable. Emmanuel Hanyabuyu. Is Luyanda here? Luyanda Sipokazi Seme. Before you come, Luyanda, can you please go to the information desk there and send your presentation? It's not on the information desk. Then lastly, I want to call upon Jerry T. Dube to also come in front and take a seat. Colleagues, we are going to have these presentations, and please, let's have discussions, very rich discussions, because some of these presentations or articles will be published. So the more meaningful and constructive criticism they bring, the more shape it takes. And actually those corrections will aid in the development of the manuscripts for publication. So I thank you. And I want to call upon Collins to come and make your presentation. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you. The presentations are being projected on the screen there, and I think on the screen there.
Oh, okay, okay.
Assisted by switching off the light to see properly, I think will improve visibility. I'm reminded here, there was another one on the other page. Sorry about that. This Quentin Fias Togevi. My apologies for butchering your name. You can say it as you be presented so that we can pronounce it properly. Thank you.
I can start. Good afternoon. I am Collins Betch. I am a research assistant with the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology in Nairobi, Kenya. And I'm here to share some of the insights that we've gotten from our current ongoing research project under a huge consortium with the main project titled Early Digital Twin Components for assessing smallholder farming systems in Kenya. So we shall be looking into how satellite and IoT data are combined to assess farming technology known as push-pull farming. Next slide. So there are approximately 33 million farmers across sub-Saharan Africa, with up to 60% of them contributing in the maize production. And for example, in Kenya alone, we have 80% of the smallholder farmers contributing in the maize production that is used locally and also commercially among Kenyans. However, next slide, please. However, these farmers are currently facing various challenges from climate change, fluctuating rainfall patterns, and also effect from biotic stressors such as stem borers, fall armyworm, and also striga weeds, which end up influencing the final average yield that farmers get from their produce. So this is where the push-pull technology comes in. And push-pull technology is an innovative organic farming technology that was developed by some senior scientists within ISIPE, and it involves planting maize crops alongside an intercrop known as Desmodium, which helps choke striga weeds, which often reduce the amount of yield produced by farmers, while also in the farm, a border crop such as Napier grass or Bracharia grass has been planted, which attracts these pests such as stem borers and fall armyworm, and end up depriving them of the nutrients that they might have gotten from feeding on maize, hence eliminating them and improving the yields across farmers. Thank you. Yeah, furthermore, the Desmodium intercrop also suppresses the striga weeds from germinating, since they produce some chemicals that end up reducing their development within the maize crops. The previous slide. Thank you. So this is where our research comes in. So we understand that most of the smallholder farmers, the landscapes are heterogeneous, and farmers have different ways of managing their crops, especially maize, and also while trying to assess the climate resilience and also the yield stability of these farmers, we've been mainly using Earth observation, remote sensing, satellite data to help capture these system effects and these differences among these farmers. But this alone is not enough. Hence, we seek to demonstrate how Earth observation, IoT, Internet of Things data from in situ sensing devices, and also historical agronomic data can help us to quantify the differences between this farming technology known as push-pull versus now these other monocropping systems that we refer to as non-push-pull technology maize systems. Next slide. So how do we do that? We integrate these various data in a three-dimensional manner with Sentinel-2 satellite data being preprocessed, and also historical agronomic data from the period 2017 to 2025 that were collected physically from across 40 farmers within Western Kenya in Homa Bay, Siaya, and Kisumu counties within Kenya. Also, we deployed IoT sensors to help monitor nutrient levels such as nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and also soil moisture, soil temperature, and air humidity, and also air temperature. All of these are combined to help us come up with statistical models and machine learning models that help us to quantify the resilience of push-pulls and how resilient they are. I don't know if you can play the video to show us how we deploy the IoT devices to help us collect the data. And this data was collected hourly and sent to the Isipe cloud infrastructure, where we were able to retrieve the data and further process to analyze them. So as you can see, those are the gadgets that we deployed to help us collect the in situ ground data. So now help us combine them with satellite data and historical data. So most of the plots were 30 by 30 meters as we are targeting smallholder farmers across Kenya. Next slide. So from our historical agronomic data results, we were able to identify farming systems perform as compared to non-push-pull farming systems. And as we can see on our farthest top left, how yield fluctuates with respect to striga infestation, the striga weeds, and on the green bar charts, those are the yield levels for the push-pull farms, and then on the orange bar graphs, those are the yield levels for the non-push-pull. And also we can see that push-pull farms have a very low striga infestation levels, and also fall armyworm and also stem borer damage infestation levels. And across the studied seasons from 2017 to 2025, PPT consistently achieved higher yields, averaging 3.65 to 4.65 tons per hectare as compared to the monocropping systems, which we hereby refer to as non-push-pull systems, which mainly had an average of 1.4 to 2.44 tons per hectare. This clearly illustrates to us from the historical agronomic data that push-pull is effective in enhancing crop performance. We can go to the next slide and now see also what the IoT data tell us concerning this push-pull technology. So on our left, we can see that push-pull crops shows an average of 21.7% higher soil moisture retention as compared to the non-push-pull farming systems, which tend to really fluctuate, and during the late growth stages of the crops, the soil moisture have really gone down, indicating how they are affected by climate variations such as drop in rainfall, whereas push-pull is a bit more consistent across the season with some few fluctuations either during rainfall peaking and also irrigation instances. Also on the right plot, across the seasons, non-push-pull plots had very high temperature fluctuations as compared to the push-pull cropping systems. So the technology and the manner in which push-pull has been deployed helps insulate the crops from temperatures and also help in water retention. Next slide. Furthermore, the satellite indices help us understand how PPT performs as compared to non-push-pull with the normalized difference red edge index, which helps to inform us how well a plant performs in terms of the chlorophyll content and also the nitrogen intake. And across the seasons, from the previous slide, we could see that push-pull cropping systems had higher NDRE indices levels as compared to the non-push-pull. So from these proxies, we were able to come up with a statistical model, and we compared a linear mixed effects model against a spline-based model, and this allowed us to also take into account the nonlinear relationships that are demonstrated by the striga weed and also the NDRE. So the spline model performed better compared to the linear mixed effects model, with a difference in the archaic information criterion by 22.6, and also after accounting for the various environmental differences and farm level random effects, also push-pull adoption increases the yield by 1.9 tons per hectare, and with a 95% confidence intervals between the ranges of 1.3 to 2.49. So this clearly shows us that indeed push-pull helps in the yield improvement and also the crop performance among our smallholder farmers. So from the partial effects plots, we can observe that there is a strong nonlinear negative response from the striga infestation, whereas the NDRE portrays a positive nonlinear response also, indicating that spectral indices, satellite indices, also contribute in meaningful yield prediction and understanding how they perform. So we further went to, next slide. We further went to come up with a machine learning framework to help us now in the yield prediction and also push-pull classification, to help us now in the instances of can we scale this technology and also assess other agroecological zones that we did not manage to visit physically. And on the left, we computed and used a machine learning framework of random forest and extra trees. And as you can see, we were able to observe yield data, the predicted yield and also the observed yield. And those points furthest from the line indicate false positives, while the ones close to the diagonal line are the accurate predictions. So the machine learning really performed well with up to 0.8 variance, meaning it explains up to 80% of the variation in the yield with an RMSE of less than 0.25 tons per hectare. So from this, we can also conclude that now this model can help us in the generation of insights to help us in quantifying the resilience of smallholder farming systems, and also by integrating satellite data and IoT data alongside statistical and machine learning frameworks, we are able to provide new opportunities to scale proven solutions such as push-pull farming technologies across vulnerable agricultural landscapes to enhance climate-resilient agriculture across the sub-Saharan Africa. This research project was mainly conducted with the support and funding from the European Space Agency and a consortium known as the Labs Agricultural Institute, and also the EU AgriTwin, maybe in our next slides, and also with the collaboration of ICIPE. So thank you, and unless we have any more questions.
Thank you. We can do another round of applause to Collins. He managed to keep time and was so gave us a good presentation. I don't want to take much time. I want to invite Tijani Idrisu to make his presentation. So you can project Tijani Idrisi presentation. This is big.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Tijani Idrisu from Ghana, from University of Development Studies, the largest public university in northern Ghana. I'll be presenting on the topic, choice and effectiveness of weather and climate information channels among smallholder farmers. Okay, climate change is one of the major challenges that face a whole lot of sectors across the West African sub-region. And in most of these groups, smallholder farmers have been very central to some of these challenges. Whilst adaptation strategies have been touted as one of the efficacy or one of the largest means of addressing impacts of climate change, smallholder farmers usually lack this capacity to effectively adapt to the impacts of climate change. Impacts such as varying rainfall patterns, reducing rainfall patterns, increasing amounts of droughts have weighed heavier on smallholder livelihoods in northern Ghana. Therefore, communicating weather and climate information is highly imperative, largely because of the impact it can make in influencing the decisions of smallholder farmers. Additionally, climate issues in northern Ghana are highly sensitive because of the irregular nature of that. So smallholder farmers, therefore, need to have regular access to weather and climate information in order to make effective decisions at the farm level. So what is also very important is to also acknowledge the fact that climate information services are channeled through certain channels. And these channels have both advantages and disadvantages depending on the nature or the group of smallholder farmers that you are actually targeting. Additionally, there are a lot of variations. Some of them are relying mainly on traditional channels, which doesn't offer real-time weather information to smallholder farmers, and could also even affect the timeliness of these farmers when it comes to response and decision-making at the farm level. Effective weather and climate communication also directly affects smallholder farmers in northern Ghana in particular because of what the adverse effects of climate I mentioned earlier. Until recently, most adaptation decisions hovered around making access, just providing information to smallholder farmers without actually looking at the effectiveness of each of the channels that information passes through before it gets to farmers. Now, to the gap we are trying to address in this particular study. Farmers are exposed to a lot of channels like I indicated earlier. However, these channels provide varying needs to farmers, and some of them do not even align directly with the usual needs of some of these farmers. As we can all see, it is also very important to acknowledge that real-time access to weather and climate information is very important because it can influence effectively decisions of smallholder farmers. A lot of studies in this particular area have been conducted. Some have delved more on providing information, and then others have also looked deeply at promoting participatory approaches in co-production of climate and weather information. However, little has been done when it comes to looking at issues of actually examining the specific channels and linking it to the user needs of these farmers. For all you know, a chunk of these farmers have not had formal education, and accessing weather and climate information in formalized or digitalized channels have been daunting for some of them, which makes it very difficult for them to make informed decisions at the farm level. Therefore, the goal of this study is not only to examine access, but also to evaluate channels and effectiveness of these channels that we're talking about relative to one, whether they are able to provide feedback systems or whether they are even able to provide timeliness in terms of information, and then whether farmers have actually trusted these channels over the period, which would be a main reason why farmers would have to continue to adapt or to use information from these channels. Now, the study also makes use of or links itself directly with two different theories, though they are somehow related. One is what we call the knowledge gap theory, which looks at information access to different segments of people. And it says that access to information flow increases among people with higher socioeconomic status than those with lower socioeconomic status. Having laid the foundation that most smallholder farmers in northern Ghana are relatively poor, they come with different levels of socioeconomic background, which can affect uptake of weather and climate information. Now, the second theory looks at the unified theory of technology and use of acceptance. And this theory largely hinges directly on 4 main areas. The first one has to do with looking at the performance expectancy before a farmer adopts a particular technology in relative to weather information. He or she would want to know the expected benefits that it comes with. Then issues of effort expectancy. How will the technology result in reducing his labor at the farm level? Then also, there are also issues of social influence. Are there social actors within the community who are very key in promoting some of these technologies? And then lastly, we're also looking at what? Facilitating conditions. What conditions already exist that can make it very easy for them to what? Adapt to these technologies. So looking at issues to access to mobile phones, internet services, and so many others. These conditions would make it very easy for smallholder farmers to easily adapt to the use of technology relative to providing weather and climate information. So the relevance of all this is just to address the fact that smallholder farmers generally differ in so many ways in terms of access to education, gender, livelihood access, access to even communication gadgets. So in designing or in looking at a topic of this nature, it is very important for us to look at it holistically so that we can be able to identify where and how to apply some level of recommendations on that. So largely this theory, or both theories, would help in explaining the unequal uptake of climate information across northern Ghana. Like I indicated, it's highly fragmented. So therefore, the essence of this theories is to guide and examine why some farmers, the differential uptake of weather and climate information in northern Ghana. By way of methods, the study, as we can see, used the mixed method approach. And with this approach, the study relied heavily on quantitative data and some parts of qualitative data to provide meaning to some of the data that was collected. So, in terms of population dynamics, the main respondents were smallholder farmers, but those who also actually work in relation to the provision of weather and climate information to these farmers were also contacted. The study used extension agents, NGOs who work in weather and climate information provision. We also relied so much on radios who provide weather and climate information and programs that educate farmers on how to access weather and climate information. And then the Ghana Meteorological Agency was also very key in responding to this study. So largely the study was done in 3 districts in northern Ghana. We had the Meon district, we had the Tolong, and then the Nanton districts. The choice of these 3 districts was largely based on the differential local climatic impacts across these districts. And it largely also influences the kind of crops that they cultivate. One, the Meon district dominantly cultivates tuber-related crops, that's yam, and then that of the Nanton district concentrate largely on cereal cultivation. And then the Tolong district does both. So the intention or the purpose of choosing this district was done purposefully to address these particular challenges. Then on sampling, we used largely probability and then purposeful sampling. Simple random was used to select smallholder farmers. Purposive sampling procedures was used to select other key stakeholders that I've listed earlier. So in all, for the quantitative studies, 412 respondents were contacted, and then for qualitative, 23 was realized when we achieved saturation. So data analysis was done quantitatively using frequency, and then the ordered probability model, and then qualitatively we used thematic analysis. Let me emphasize that data integration and mixed method studies are very important. So for this particular study, data was largely integrated at the discussion stage, where qualitative data was largely used to support quantitative outcomes that was realized. Okay, so like I indicated earlier, looking at the effectiveness of weather and climate communication channels, this was done from three main angles. One was to effectively look at the effectiveness, and then also look at the timeliness, whether the nature or whether the receipt of information favor the timing of smallholder farmers as a result of the time-sensitive nature of weather and climate information. And then the other aspect has to do with whether they actually trust these particular sources, or some of these sources, how effective are they in providing feedback. Let's note that communication is a two-way affair. It's not from top down as sometimes we witness. So on the effectiveness, it was realized that a good number of respondents or the smallholder farmers largely favored radio communication. And then aside radio, it was equally found that interactive channels such as the extension services and information from NGOs were also dominant. And this reflects a certain pattern where smallholder farmers, even after receiving information from regular sources or even digital sources, they usually have these small groups where they talk about whatever information that is received. And those groups usually serve as verification channels, just to verify. And we also realize that most smallholder farmers act on what? Past climate knowledge. So sometimes they need to verify this information and compare it to whatever experiences that they have gathered over the years before they now tend to act on it. But we also realize that due to the fact that there's a current policy that hover around e-climate services provision, where smallholder farmers are put in WhatsApp groups to be able to giving information through the extension services. However, this thing was also a bit of a challenge because most smallholder farmers do not even have the resources to access smartphones. Now, on the issue of timeliness of access to weather and climate channels, largely as we can see, respondents, majority of them indicated that timeliness in terms of access to weather and climate information largely favors them. This means that they can use that information and then be able to make informed decisions from whatever information, though some few others had challenges of not receiving weather and climate information on time. And then on the issue of trust and feedback channels, majority of the respondents trusted the extension services because these services, like I indicated earlier, they usually have this interactive form, giving farmers the need to ask certain questions on weather and climate information. And even when you speak to some of the extension officers, they will tell you that for smallholder farmers, the officers sometimes even learn a lot of things from them because of what? The long-term experiences that they have gathered in dealing with weather and climate information. And then the audit probit model was also used to access or to determine key climate decisions across the three different sectors. We looked at issues of planting time, seed selection, and then input application. So for age, and then those respondents who had access to regular extension services was significant for all the three models. However, cost, and then household size, gender, and then access to formal education was on the other side. So for want of time, I would just look at some of the
Give a round of applause to Idrisu. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I would urge also the following colleagues to adhere to time as well. We are very upbeat with time. I want to invite our third presenter, who is Beatrice Ndosi. Beatrice, the floor is yours. Can you use this?
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice Ndosi. I'm a master's student from Sokoine University of Agriculture, pursuing masters in agriculture and applied economics, and I'm here to present on the applicability of climate adaptation solutions among young farmers in major rice producing regions in Tanzania. I can do this. So, firstly, we all know that we're experiencing, globally, we're experiencing climate change. And climate change is seen as one of the major threats in the global agricultural production systems, particularly in developing regions such as Tanzania, where we have seen there are a lot of young smallholder farmers who contribute in production of the rice. So in Tanzania specifically, I will talk to, as my study focuses on it, we looked into the major rice producing regions. We all have the data and other research in other literatures, they all talk of smallholder farmers specifically. But with an angle in this research, I looked specifically on young farmers, the youth. How do they contribute to this, and how are the solutions applicable to them so as to boost the rice production itself? So in Tanzania, rice, which contributes to 3% of the gross domestic product and employs around 2 million households, itself is very sensitive to climate stresses. That includes the unreliable rainfall patterns, weather extremes, as well as the drought issues. So generally, climate variability, that includes the erratic rainfall, drought and floods, poses a severe risks to the agricultural production generally in rice. With a focus on the youth demographic, we know that there is a evolving discourse that young farmers, we try to include youth in the production system, especially in agriculture, though it is very unattractive to youth considering the constraints that are being faced. So youth is strategically known as a very energetic, yet very, they are very important in agricultural transformation. So, but we consider on the national and continental policies that are raised in our frameworks of agriculture, we include youth, but we are not really sure if these youth really use the frameworks that are presented to increase the production, or do they really get the chances to really do the production of these rice, the rice as a crop itself. So based on the literatures that have gone through and based on the literatures on the study, it was seen that 74% of the surveyed young farmers experienced climate risks. So we have seen that we have, yes, policies, we have frameworks that support youth, but youth are seen to be as experiencing these climate risks more. And so the knowledge gap behind this study is that we want to see how is adaptation, the climate adaptation solution, how do they come to help the farmers? Because climate adaptation strategies were seen as one of the very research priorities, as well as a critical area where we can research and help these young farmers. As climate adaptation itself, they're regarded as a multi-strategy, more on choice-based solutions that can help farmers during these events of climate change issues. My study area, we talked of the major rice producing regions in Tanzania, that is Morogoro, Mbeya, Shinyanga, and Iringa, which are according to the National Bureau of Standards, that's where the major producing regions were found. And this region, as we know, they are all highlighted with smallholder farmers. But we want to see how do the youth, how do they contribute to this rice production, and how these adaptation strategies, how will they work on it to improve it? So on this research, we consider on identifying first the determinants that are guiding these adaptation solutions for these young farmers. We also looked into the interdependence that exists between these adaptation strategies. And also, finally, we looked on examining the heterogeneity that exists between these determinants with the adaptation solutions. On the theoretical and conceptual framework, theoretically, there are two theories guiding this study. That is the random utility theory, as well as the rational choice theory. With the random utility, we expect that when a young farmer chooses a certain choice, he or she expects that to derive the maximum utility from the choice that he or she selected. And with the rational choice, it's guided through it deposits that when one selects a certain alternative, he or she measures first, he conducts a trade-off where you measure the expected benefits and costs, and one expects to derive the maximum utility from the alternative selected. So based on these two theories, they create a complementary theoretical lens of my study here. That's the study that we're doing on the applicability. And that because the rational choice gives the motivation as well as the logical explaining of the factors that influence these young farmers, as well as the random utility gives the full empirical rigorous framework of this study. And on the empirical part also, multivariate probit model was used to determine the determinants that are governing these young farmers in selection of these adaptation strategies. And also the adaptation portfolio based on the data is based on the 6 strategies that we'll see after this. Okay. On the part of data source, and sample, the source is from the Tanzania National Panel Survey, that is wave 5 of 2020. They have various of waves from 1 to 4, but the other 1 to 4, if you use the 1 to 4, you need to use on the, but with wave 5, you're supposed to use it as it is because they have an additional booster samples from the rice producers. And also the target population, it was rice farming households that had young farmers. With the regions that is Mbeya, Morogoro, Iringa, and Shinyanga, as stated before, major rice growing regions. On the econometric approach, that is the multivariate probit model, it applies simultaneously models the adoption of these strategies, adaptation strategies, and accounts to correlated also error terms with the unobserved heterogeneity, as well as okay, on the part of parameters, we have the sample size that we saw. We have 441 households comprising those young farmers. And on the mean age, it was 34.23 years. The number of regions were 4. And adaptation strategies found were 6 distinct choices. Econometric model multivariate, and this is for the results. So on the results and discussion, you see the demographic, it was found that there was the mean age of these young farmers was 34.23, indicating that the youth are largely part of this rice production, generally in the major rice producing regions. Also, on the age, it was 54%, showing that male households are highly dominating the rice production. And on the years of schooling, it was found 8.56, indicating that for that young farmer, they mostly were finished primary school and half of the secondary school. And on the mean household side, this would find 5.6. That is a very large number to see. Well, that indicates there was access to labor. It's very you can get it from the households. And on the mean farm size, 4.25 acres, indicating that all these young farmers still were on the smallholder farmers side. Most of them were not large scale, they produced in small scale. And on the part of ownership, 79% found to be owning these lands, either by being given, you share through inheritance and all. And institutional access and services. So for the extension part, it was 53% to be significant. Like there was the extension need services that were seen on this. And also with the media information, that was 60%, climate information 48%, which is kind of below 50. And agriculture credit access was below 50, also like 46%. And earned on off-farm income was seen to be 65%, indicating that regardless of the climate conditions, the climate change issues, people also divest the income to the non-farm economic activities. Some do other works other than agriculture. Also, 74% showed that experienced the climate risks as seen before, like young farmers still experience the climate risks. So on the 6 identified adaptation strategies, that is the non-farm economic activities, where we see that they diverse to another activities that so as they can earn income without relying on one economic activity. There is alternate wetting and drying. This was used in areas and regions such as Mbeya, where they saw like this, there was a need to alternate, like whether you can use irrigation or some you can depend on rainfall. So yeah. And also there is supplemental irrigation, there is soil fertility management, as well as climate resilient varieties, where they improved the use of improved rice varieties to cope with the ongoing climate issues. And also there was integrated pest management on issues during drought and pest infections. They were using pest management by using some of the improved. On the adoption rate, non-farm economic activities, integrated soil fertility management, and alternate wetting and drying had higher use rates as the adaptation strategies. They were used more, but the integrated pest management is still there is a need of it to be applied more as an adaptation strategies for these young farmers. Also, supplementary irrigation was seen to be there is a need of it to be more adapted. So on the determinants, the ones with the green show that they were positively significant, with the ones with the red show that they were negatively significant. That is, on the gender, it's seen that the female were lagging behind in terms of these. And on ISF, the integrated soil fertility is still lagging, like not everyone is still using it. And also on the alternate wetting and drying, on the part of also credit access was seen not really that much use. So the regional heterogeneity, we're examining the heterogeneity between the regions now. Morogoro had the highest adoption across all strategies. And by the way, it's regarded as the first major rice producing in our country. Yeah. So it had the highest in supplementary irrigation, resilient varieties, integrated safety, integrated pest management, as well as alternate wetting and drying and non-farm economic. With Mbeya, it had supplementary irrigation. It is around the highlands, the highlands. So it had supplementary irrigation high and alternate wetting and drying, while others remained were medium. With Iringa, there was low in integrated pest management, and the weather there is kind of very cold. So, and with Shinyanga, they had low in all the 5 except medium on the integrated soil fertility. They kind of used. They mix both, like they could use inorganic and organic fertilizers in their production. On the gender differentiated pattern, we saw that females were a bit low on the, like the households were seen mostly male-headed and all, but male farmers significantly were more likely to adopt the 2 main strategies that were alternate wetting and drying and non-farm economic, compared to female households where they were only seen to apply the integrated soil fertility as well as the supplementary. So, okay, so the key conclusions from this study is that adaptation is a portfolio of rational and interdependent. Like when you might say you would use one, but the adaptation strategies are interdependent. Like you can use one while the other also you can apply it to. For example, a person using supplementary irrigation might opt also for alternate wetting and drying. A person using integrated soil fertility management may use integrated pace also at the same time. So they are interdependent rather than isolated decisions. And also education and institutional access, that includes extension and medias in terms of information, are the primary major drivers of these adaptation strategies. And also climate shocks experienced, they acted as a trigger for stopping the resilient varieties, for adopting the resilient varieties. Also credit access had mixed effects. We have seen that it had even the percent, it wasn't that significant for some people. So credit issues, they needed to be. So on the policy recommendation, firstly is to strengthen the digital and mobile extension services targeted specifically for these youth according to their needs, and also improve localized farm level climate resilience information, since we see that climate information is really important, and also address structural gender barriers, especially in access to credit, training, and technology. We see women were lagging behind, and also developing gender sensitive, flexible credit products for diverse. And lastly, formally supporting these non-farm economics as they were important as source of income. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Beatrice, for that presentation. I want to quickly go to the next presenter. Emmanuel Anyabui, please take the podium. Thank you very much.
Will you be controlling the Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Hanyabui. I am a soil and environmental scientist from the Department of Soil Science, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. And this particular afternoon, I'm coming to present on the research work that I conducted some few months ago. That is focused on remote sensing-based drought monitoring using NDWI anomalies and climate variables for climate resilient farming in the Kumfi district. So my presentation will follow this outline. I'll look at some presentation, what the problem is, walk you through some objectives, justification, and the materials and methods, and also conclude and recommend. All right, so drought is a climate hazard that is affecting rain-fed agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. Climate variability, particularly drought occurring ones, affect smallholder farmers. Now, when you come to Ghana, since we rely basically on rainfall, when there is destruction, it affects planting. It also reduces crop yield, therefore threatening livelihoods of smallholder farmers. So Ekumfi is in the central region of Ghana, and they solely depend on seasonal rainfall for crop production. And as they do that, they become highly vulnerable to drought. Now, if there is changes in precipitation and temperature, it results in moisture stress. Now, we are in a technological world where technology is advancing and we are embracing technology. And one of the technologies that is attracting a lot of attention is remote sensing, satellite-driven indices, because it helps to monitor vegetation and also surface moisture in a very large area, despite or if we don't even have ground data. And among these indices, NDWI, which is the normalized difference water index, is proven to be used to monitor our changes in vegetation and moisture stress. In as much as population is increasing, there is a need for us to feed the increasing or outgoing population. And how are we going to do that? We need to fit into the climate variability, and we have to also study the dynamics, thereby going with climate resilient crop production. Next slide, please. Now, what's the problem? In Ghana, for instance, there's an increase in rainfall variability. As it happens that it distorts our planting season. So farmers now doesn't be, focus on the major season or the dry season. They just look at what is happening and they focus on that. And because of that, they become highly vulnerable to these changes because they don't do irrigation. They just depend on the rain solely. So if there is any increase or variability, it affects them drastically. Now, because they have been planting all this season, they just use their knowledge to see if they can fit into the changes that is happening. So sometimes they just record the rainfall. Maybe if this month they've recorded rainfall, the next month like that. But the actual quantity or the volume of rains that they are supposed to record, they don't know. And what is happening over there, they don't know. So it lacks some limitation. And now, since there is a meteorological station, they give them information. But how are they going to get this information, especially those who are in the remote areas who don't have televisions or radio stations? Yes, there are, weather stations, but how are they positioned in those localities or in those environments? Are they enough to monitor what is happening? Are they enough to also assess what is happening? So therefore, there's limited spatial coverage and district level accuracy. Next slide, please. Now, so from this, I want to generally analyze seasonal and annual drought-related patterns in that particular district, looking at it from 2021 to 2025, using normalized different water index anomalies, spatial maps, and selected climate variables, that is temperature and precipitation. So specifically, I evaluated annual precipitation and temperature variability within the study period in that particular district. Secondly, I also analyzed seasonal trends in precipitation, temperature, and soil wetness in that particular district as well. And I also examined spatiotemporal variation of seasonal NDWI anomalies using spatial maps. And last objective that I also look at is to assess drought severity levels for each season using the NDWI anomalies. Next slide, please. Yes, so why this research is very important? Yes, remote sensing offers cost-effective and efficient and scalable way to monitor drought by leveraging vegetation indices such as the NDWI. You don't have to invest so much before you can do this. In your own remote areas, you can do this as well. So we're also saying that seasonal time series of precipitation, temperature, and soil wetness improve understanding of drought dynamics for climate resilient farming decisions. We are all experiencing drought, and there's a need for us to look at the dynamics and plan how to go about it. We are also saying that NDWI anomalies provide quantitative method for identifying drought-prone areas. So with my maps that I developed, you'll be able to know whether there is drought occurring within that particular district, because farmers are scattered across all over that particular district. So we have to know what is happening in each of the locations in that district. So in addition to that, we're also saying that using rainfall, temperature, and NDWI for drought monitoring can also improve early warning systems and allowing farmers to take adaptive measures. Yes, climate change is happening, and we can't say that without it, we will not produce. We have to look at the dynamics and take decisions to improve our crop yield. So I conducted this experiment in the Kumfi, which is located in the central region of Ghana. So that is Ghana. The red one is the central region, and the green location that we see is the Kumfi district. Please. All right, so when it comes to my data collection and processing, first, I studied from 2021 to 2025. So in Ghana, we have 2 major seasons and the dry season. With the major season, we have more minor, and with the rainy season, we have major and a minor. And when it comes to the dry season, so we have 3 seasons. And with my satellite imagery which I focused or which I used Sentinel-2 to obtain the imagery. And with NASA, I was able to get my precipitation and temperature data. And as a soil scientist, I want to also look at what happens if there is rainfall. Does it penetrate into the soil or does it infiltrate into the soil? And what happens within the root zone? So within 1 meter, I also look at it using the NASA power. So after getting all those data, I subjected it to statistical analysis using QGIS and our famous Microsoft Excel. Next slide, please. So with the Sentinel-2, how the data specification was. With the Sentinel-2, I obtained the imagery in January 2026, and the spatial resolution was 10 meters. And for me to calculate my NDWI, I have to use various bands. And the bands that I used was B3 and B8. The B3 is the green, and the B8 is the near infrared. So, and the precipitation was within the same month, and the specification was there as well. So now, from literature, we have categorized the anomalies based on whether there is drought, whether there is no drought, whether there is severe drought or not. So depending on what we are going to get as a result of the anomalies, you can say or you can determine whether there is drought in that particular area using this particular equation. So these are the equations that I use to look at whether there is drought or there is no drought in that particular area. So when it comes to the result and discussion, first what I did was that since there is, we have been experiencing rains and temperature, so I wanted to look at annually what has happened with regards to precipitation and temperature. And from the result, you could see that from 2021 to 2025, it is 2025 that recorded the maximum rainfall, that is 1,700 millimeters, and the minimum was just before 2025. That is lower than all the various, years. And in that particular 2024, temperature was also around above 27 degrees Celsius. And that was the highest temperature recorded within that particular period of time. And when I come to my precipitation, so with this one, I'm looking at it from the various seasons that I'm looking at. So, proceed. Yes, so in 2021, the minor season recorded the maximum precipitation. But as the years goes by, it was a major season which was recording the maximum rainfall. And it peaked at, please, and it peaked at 2022. That is close to 900 millimeters. Next slide, please. Yes, so I also look at what is happening with regards to temperature across these various seasons. So you could see that from the figure, you could see that with the dry season, the temperature was high as compared to the major and the minor season. But when you look at the major season too, it was close to the dry season, but the dry season temperature was very high because in those periods, we don't experience rains that much. Yes, so I stated earlier on that I'm going to use spatial maps to determine whether we have drought, and within that particular locality or within that particular district, where are those droughts occurring. So you could see from the figure here or the maps that we have projected. With the top, you could see that we have major season for all the years. And with the top, it is 2023, which is having the highest NDWI. That is 0.24. That means there wasn't much drought over there. And with a glance, you can even see. With the ones with the red locations are indicating high, drought conditions, or there is no rainfall for a very high, for some period of time. So, but when we look at the minor season too, for 2021, you could see that it's completely red because there wasn't rain for some time. But aside that, 2024 and 2025 too, there was a bit drought condition in that particular locality. But when we come to our dry season, yes, it is a drought. It is a dry season. Therefore, I was expecting that I would see these things, or I would see drought conditions in those particular areas. So as you could see, this could help us to know that within those districts, these are the locations that drought is occurring, or these are the locations that we've not had rains for a very long period of time. So farmers can take decision and also fit in. Next slide, please. Yes, so please. Yes, so I wanted to see whether what is the drought condition, whether we have drought, whether we don't have drought, whether we have drought, but it is moderately or slightly. But in 2021, you could see that there wasn't drought per the drought categories that I gave earlier on. They were all positive, indicating that there wasn't any drought. But as the year goes by, it started to decrease. So 2022 and 2023, it was only the major, it was only the minor and the dry season which wasn't having drought conditions. But the remaining years were recording drought conditions. They were not severe, but if it accumulates, it will result into severe drought conditions. That is why it is mindful for us to take a decision in these particular situations. So with conclusion, I'm saying that annual precipitation and temperature showed noticeable variability across the study period, influencing moisture conditions in the district. And again, special NDWI maps revealed clearer temporal and spatial variations in moisture conditions across the district as well. And also negative NDWI anomalies increased after 2021, indicating a gradual increase in moisture stress. And also NDWI anomalies effectively identify seasonal drought severity, including the near normal, mild, moderate drought conditions. So I went ahead to give some recommendations. So I recommended that district authorities should integrate NDWI anomaly monitoring routine drought surveillance systems. And we are also saying that agriculture extension, because they work with the farmers a lot, services should also provide seasonal advisories based on the observed moisture variability trends that I projected. And water, soil moisture management practices should be promoted during consecutive mild drought season, because if it builds up, it will result into severe drought condition. And lastly, future research should incorporate crop yield data to strengthen the relationship between NDWI anomalies and agriculture productivity. Thank you for your attention.
Can do better than that. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. The next presenter is Luyanda Sipokazi. Luyanda, you managed to load? Yes, it's still there. You're coming. Okay.
I'd like to be closer to my slide so that I can point, because I'm going to be demonstrating my experimental design. I don't know if it's okay if I can stand here. Hello. Hello. Hi. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, this is going to be a bit difficult, but I will try to make it work. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, before I begin, I'd just like to say that I'm a little bit nervous, simply because I'm about to present my honors project, which took me a whole year, and I'm about to try to do it in 15 minutes, so please bear with me. My name is Luyanda Seme, and today I'll be presenting my research titled Socio-Ecological Drivers of Wetland Conversion in the Maputo Coastal Plain, Effect of Roundup Herbicide on Ecosystem, Health, and Soil Carbon Dynamics. So what is a wetland? A wetland is an area that is filled with water for long periods of time, and they support vegetation that grow in wet soils. Now, wetlands provide key ecosystem services such as recharging groundwater, they reduce floods, and they store carbon. This makes them carbon sinks. So if they're damaged, they release carbon dioxide, which contributes to climate change. Now, this is particularly concerning because wetlands are disappearing quite rapidly. In fact, research or studies show that almost 35% have been lost globally since 1917. Wetland degradation is a serious issue in Africa, especially in South Africa. So wetlands cover about 2.4% of the country's surface, but they are vital in dry regions because South Africa is a water-scarce country. And despite their importance, over 50% of wetlands have been degraded due to farming, forestry, and urban growth. This brings me to the motivation of my study. The Maputo Coastal Plain is an area that is located in northern KwaZulu-Natal, and it is a biodiversity hotspot, and it also contains many wetland systems. However, these wetland systems are facing increased pressures from human activities, and one of the emerging issues is the use of Roundup. Now, as common as the use of Roundup is in the agricultural space, the impact of it on wetlands remains unknown. And on top of that, the socio-ecological drivers behind wetland conversion in the Maputo coastal plain are poorly understood. So to conceptualize the study, we used the DIPSA framework, where D is drivers and P is pressure, S is state, I is impact, R is response. And this framework simply explains how people and the environment interact and drive change. The aim of the study was to understand why and how wetlands in Maputo land are being converted, and we aim to examine the impact of Roundup on soil carbon dynamics and wetland health. The objectives were as follows. So we wanted to understand how and why people are converting wetlands in the Maputo land. Secondly, we wanted to assess the impact of wetland conversion using Roundup on wetland integrity. And finally, we wanted to understand the impact of wetland conversion using Roundup on soil carbon dynamics. Now, these were our methods. The study used a mixed methods approach. To answer objective 1, we had to conduct semi-structured interviews where we interviewed 11 participants. 8 were non-Roundup users and 3 were Roundup users, and we achieved this through snowball sampling. To analyze the data, we used descriptive analysis. And for objective 2, we first had to conduct a desktop assessment to select the 2 wetlands we wanted to work with. And then we mapped the catchment areas of those wetlands, and then we also mapped the disturbance units of those wetlands. Once we finished that, we conducted an in-field assessment where we looked at the geomorphology, water quality, the hydrology, and the vegetation state of these wetlands. We then gave them a score based on observation. Then we put all of that data into an MS Excel wet health assessment spreadsheet, which gave us our overall scores. And then finally, for objective 3, we collected 14 soil composite samples. We used a 0 to 10 centimeter depth. And once we collected our samples, we sent them off into different labs where they calculated soil organic carbon stocks, which is the total amount of carbon available in the soil. They looked at active carbon and which is food for microbes, and then total microbial activity. Once we had that data, we ran it through an R software, and then to generate our graphs, we used GLMs. So this was our experimental design. We had 3 treatments: the natural, which was the control; cultivated, which was the site where there was ongoing farming activities; and then cultivated plus, it's a site which has ongoing farming activities, but they're also utilizing Roundup. So we had 14 sites in total, and at each site, we collected 3 soil samples, and then we made them into 1 composite sample. We then collected an additional 1 for soil bulk density, and for every site that we collected at, whether it was cultivated or cultivated plus, we ensured that there's an adjacent natural wetland site available for comparison. So this is what we found. So for objective 1, why wetlands are being converted, the main theme was livelihood and survival dependency, where most participants, livelihood and survival dependency, where most participants mentioned that they use wetlands or convert wetlands for survival purposes. And the least mentioned theme was cultural and traditional context, where a few participants mentioned that there are rules that guide how they should be cultivating wetlands, but they're not really strictly enforced. Next, please. And then to answer how wetlands are being converted, most of our participants said that they use mechanical techniques. What this means is they use a slash knife to remove wetland vegetation. And then the least mentioned theme was the use of the Roundup herbicide, where one of the participants actually did shed some light why this is the case. As much as Roundup is an emerging issue in the area, the reason why it's least used is because, number one, it's expensive. And secondly, when you use Roundup in a site, you can't really do anything for 3 months. You have to wait for 3 months before you do anything at that site or plot. And most participants said that they can't wait that long because wetlands are the only form of survival, or it's their source of food. Next slide, please. And then to understand the impact on wetland integrity using the wet health assessment, these were the overall scores of the wetland assessment, of the wet health assessment, sorry. Both wetlands scored an overall score of F, meaning that they are critically modified, meaning that more than 80% of the wetland has been critically degraded. And if we look over to the hydrology score, we see that it's the highest, scoring a score of 10, meaning that the water systems in these wetlands are severely disturbed. And if we look at the vegetation score, it's the second highest with, it's the second highest for both wetlands with lower integrity, meaning that both wetlands have been critically modified by the eucalyptus plantation surrounding the area. Next slide, please. Now onto my favorite part. I really battled with this, but to answer what is the impact on soil organic carbon stocks, now as expected, the natural sites had the most carbon stocks, and the reason for this, it means that there are no ongoing farming activities, meaning that no carbon will be released at that plot. Compared to the other sites where cultivated and cultivated plus, there were ongoing farming activities, meaning that it's releasing the carbon. And then for active carbon, next slide please, sorry. For active carbon and microbial activity, surprisingly for active carbon, please press the, yes, no, thank you. No, go back, sorry. Surprisingly for active carbon, it was highest in the cultivated plus sites. Now we still don't understand why this is the case, but if you do know, please do shed some light after this presentation. And for total microbial activity, again, as expected, it would be higher in the cultivated and cultivated plus sites. And the reason for that, it just means that there's a lot of carbon exposed in these wetlands because of the ongoing farming activities, meaning that there'll be food for microbes, which makes the microbial activity higher. Next slide, please, sorry. So what does this all mean, right? So we wanted to understand what are the drivers of wetland conversion in the Maputo coastal plain. And this is what we found. It was livelihood pressures, with most or all of our participants actually mentioning that they convert wetlands for survival purposes because there are no job opportunities in the Maputo coastal plain. The second one was soil fertility. So the Maputo land is an area that consists of sandy soils, meaning that you can't really grow crops in that land. You have to go to a wetland because it has wet soils and it supports vegetation. And then the last one was water access, with most of our participants mentioning that they do use water from wetlands for household purposes. Some mentioned that they use it for drinking purposes. And another thing was that, some mentioned that they use it for irrigation purposes. And then the pressures, what are the pressures on these wetland systems? Now, number one, as I had already mentioned, it's the use of Roundup. As we've seen, Roundup is negatively impacting these ecosystems. And another thing that we found is wetland drainage. So when farmers are cultivating at a certain site, they open channels. So along those sites, they do this so that water flows naturally and that site is continuously irrigated without them having to do work. But now the issue is once they abandon that plot, they don't close those channels, which means that the wetland can't then rejuvenate itself, because a wetland is it's like an organ, it heals itself, and it doesn't need any help really. It's a living organism. So if they don't close these channels, it affects how they restore themselves. And then the state of these wetlands. So as you've seen again, there's a decline in soil organic carbon, which has led to altered microbial activities in these ecosystems, leading them to become degraded wetlands. So now what does that mean? What is the impact of this? There's reduced ecosystem services. So if a wetland is degraded, it obviously can't provide the normal ecosystem services that it usually provides us with, and it will lose its resilience over time. So what is the response? What do we recommend? Firstly, we recommend that farmers should close channels. As I've already mentioned, if farmers close the channels, the wetland will be able to rejuvenate and restore itself naturally. Secondly, we recommend community training. So we encourage that farmers are taught more sustainable ways of farming through the use of demonstration gardening and mobile monitoring. So with mobile monitoring, what they can do is that they could map cultivation areas so that they could keep track of each and every site that they cultivate at. And they could also be taught how to report environmental problems, such as early signs of degradation, so that something can be done to save those wetlands. And then finally, policy action. So with this, Maputo land has so many eucalyptus plantations, and it's a serious issue. Eucalyptus plantation use almost 10,000 liters of water per day, and it's really draining the groundwater from wetlands, which then worsens wetland degradation. So we recommend that there should be stricter policies that, if not completely ban, then they should at least limit eucalyptus plantations in the Maputo land coastal plain. And to conclude, so we now know that wetland conversion in the Maputo land coastal plain is more about survival. However, it does come at a cost of climate. It does come at the cost of wetland health and climate regulation. And if nothing is done, these ecosystems will lose their resilience. Thank you.
We can clap better than that. We are receiving very powerful presentations from all these presenters, and I want us to embrace the next presenter, who is going to be Jerity Dube. My brother will be the last one. Yeah. So the next presenter is Jerity Dube. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Dr. Charity Dube from the University of the Free State, Kwakwa campus. I'm doing my postdoc, focusing on livelihood ecosystems in the Afro-Montane region. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present my desktop-based paper, which focuses on innovation and climate action, youth-driven solutions for climate resilience, renewable energy, and green transitions in the Afro-Montane region. By the Afro-Montane region, we're talking about the African mountain communities. Next slide. So these regions, they encounter ecologically sensitive and socio-economically marginalization due to issues of poverty and inequalities. They're also exposed to climate change impacts like the rising temperatures, rainfall variability, floods, and droughts, which also worsen their vulnerabilities, or which also worsen their socio-economic conditions. However, they still play a crucial role in water regulation, that is the water rules and regulation, water management, and also biodiversity preservation, as well as accommodating the livelihoods of those people who are in rural areas. However, youth in the Afro-Montane region, they are often portrayed as passive beneficiaries of climate change, meaning that their active involvement in the climate change initiatives is limited. They are also demographically vulnerable due to lack of employment opportunities, as well as the socio-economic instability. So such portrayals obscure their active roles that African youth play in responding to climate change. These youth, their engagement with climate change is a space for innovation, experimentation, and socio-economic transformation is limited. Like I say, this is desktop research. When we're doing the narrative analysis, we notice that there is limited research, or there is lack of empirical research on youth-driven climate action and innovation initiatives in the Afro-Montane region. Due to this gap, or due to lack of empirical research, you find that the challenges that they experience as youth are unknown, or they remain unknown. Hence, this paper repositions youth as key actors in climate action, innovation, and sustainable development in the Afro-Montane region. So the paper is guided by the following questions. How are youth responding to climate change in the Afro-Montane region? What forms of innovation underpin their response to climate change? And what institutional circumstances enable or hinder their involvement in climate action and innovation initiatives? So we followed a multi-theoretical framework whereby we reviewed the innovation systems thinking, the youth agents theory, the capability approach, and we then synthesized that with the participatory approach framework, which is the asset-based community development approach. So the innovation systems thinking, it talks about, or it views innovation as a network process, not as a standalone process, where it also looks at innovation as it also looks at the influence of knowledge sharing, as well as institutions like your universities, your research centers, and communities. How are they interrelated towards what do you call this? Towards influencing coping and adaptation to climate change. This theory also looks at innovation as a non-linear or interactive system. Then the youth agents theory, it looks at youth as reflective actors who have skills to influence decision making, and also skills to participate as a team or as individuals in climate change related initiatives. Next slide. The capability approach of Amartya, it also focuses on freedoms and capabilities to influence change. And what in this case or in this paper, what are the capabilities of the youth that can influence their involvement in climate-driven solutions? It also looks at moving beyond resources to empowerment. Then the asset-based community development approach focuses on the strengths to mobilize resources and the strengths to influence change in communities. It also looks at the role of indigenous knowledge systems in shaping livelihoods. It also looks at the social networks and the skills as well as the capabilities that influence the role of youth in influencing influencing adaptation and resilience to climate change. I need to go closer. So in synthesis, the integration of three theories with the asset-based, The integration of these theories with the asset-based community development approach forms a comprehensive counter-paradigm for analyzing youth-driven climate action. So this framework challenges the technocentric models for climate change. It also reconceptualizes innovation as institutionally mediated, as socially embedded, and driven by human agents or youth agents, while also expanding human freedom and mobilizing local assets. The integrated framework or this multi-theoretical framework is particularly relevant in marginalized regions like the Afro-Montane, as it helps in explaining how youth mitigate climate change impacts, how they strengthen their climate adaptation, and how they support renewable energy adoption and contribute to the green transition. Next slide. So the innovation systems theory in this paper, it provided a relational and structural perspective that positions youth-driven climate action within policy frameworks, actor networks, institutions, knowledge transfer, or knowledge exchange. So when combined with the ABCD approach, innovation systems are reconceptualized to include the community assets, like your community-based organization or initiatives, the natural resources, indigenous knowledge systems, as well as social capital. So all these different local capitals and local assets, they are excluded from the conventional innovation frameworks, and they become central drivers of innovation and climate action. Next slide. Methodologically, we conducted what we call a narrative review, whereby in our search for articles to review, we found 442 articles. It was an open search whereby we consulted the Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar, Science Direct, and the other databases. So from these databases, we found 412 articles published from Anytime, and we excluded 328 articles that were irrelevant. Then we're left with, we also removed 84 articles that were not full text. Then from that, we also removed or excluded 29 English articles. So we're left with 64 high-quality sources that we thematically analyzed. So most of the articles that we analyzed were also talking about the three theories that I presented, as well as the asset-based community development approach in relation to climate change innovation. Next slide. So these are the key findings or the key results from our analysis, whereby we found that scholarship reflects a paradigm shift that moves away from portraying youth not only as victims of climate change, but as people with capabilities to bring, to influence adaptation and resilience to climate change. So youth from the articles that we reviewed, we found that youth are increasingly recognized as active agents who are capable of shaping and improving their environment and social context. The youth agents is significant. We also found that youth agents is significant because it encourages the use of indigenous knowledge systems, innovative practices, and local community resources to address or to influence, to address climate change. So the review of our paper, it calls for reframing of traditional narratives about youth participation in climate action and innovation. We need to involve them, not just as beneficiaries, right? But as people who are capable of influencing change, people who are capable of influencing resilience to climate change. So the articles that we analyzed, they indicate that youth-driven climate initiatives operate within interconnected systems. By interconnected systems, we're talking about, like I said, the universities, the research centers, the communities, the NGOs. It calls for interdisciplinary research, whereby we need to consider all these different institutions and how they can influence in climate resilience. So the ABCD approach, it also highlights the importance of social capital, indigenous knowledge, and local assets. That's what we found. And although the literature presents an optimistic view of youth engagement, there is still lack of empirical evidence, which then limits insights into real-world experiences and impacts. Like I said before, that little is known as to what is it that is happening, what role exactly is played by youth in climate in climate change initiatives. So from our analysis, we only found a few case studies that are relevant to youth-driven climate change solutions and innovation. Next slide. So we found two case studies that are relevant. I know they might be there, but those are not, the ones that we left out are not scientifically proven. It's only grey literature that talks about that, of which we are not sure whether these are the things that they implement or they're just published in grey literature. But scientifically, we only found two case studies, of which the first one is a green crepe, also known as the Climate Change Champions in South Africa, which focuses on skills and development programs for women and youth. It also focuses on a renewable energy awareness, waste work program, energy and water efficiency initiatives. Then the next one is in Zimbabwe. Next slide. The one in Zimbabwe, it's EU-funded program, which also focuses on, or which also empowers youth and women, but only on digital innovation hubs, policy advocates, and climate dialogues. But though we do have these two case studies, still the involvement of youth is not there to provide practical solutions, but to empower them with skills like, okay, go into the, for example, the South African one, go into the communities and teach people about coping and adaptation, but they're not given an opportunity to bring those practical solutions to climate change or innovative solutions to climate change. Next slide. So in discussion, we're saying the youth in the Afro-Mountain region are increasingly engaging in renewable energy initiatives aimed at addressing energy poverty and climate change, but they are not involved or they're not given opportunities to implement or to come up with those practical solutions where we can call them innovators or climate change innovators, yes. So with the insufficient information that exists on youth agency, innovation and capabilities that support sustainability of the youth-driven initiatives, I'm saying to everyone in this room and those who are outside, it's a high time we come together, we conduct research, we go into the case studies or into the initiatives that are not documented in literature, but they're just documented in brain literature, to check their effectiveness in influencing resilience to climate change. Next slide. Also, I'm glad that we also have funders like NRF. So it is high time they also focus on funding research on youth-driven climate solutions and innovation to check the challenges that they encounter as youth in the Afro-Montane. Also to check the opportunities for future research in youth-driven climate action and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. We can give another clap. Thank you, Jared, for the presentation. And we have our last presenter now, Quentin Fierce. This is our last presenter. I think we are compiling our discussion points and so forth. Thank you. The floor is yours, my brother.
So, good afternoon. My name is Quentin Tabwebi. I'm from Benin. So my presentation is about understanding the impact of climate and land use changes on the hydrology of Tiele catchment in Benin, West Africa. So my presentation will follow this outline, a short introduction, the objective, the materials and the method, the key results, and then I will conclude. So what is known in literature is that West Africa countries are facing severe climate change impacts, particularly on their hydrological system. And when we're focusing on the northern part of Benin, it's indicated that climate change are increasing, mainly in temperature and rainfall. Then the projection in land use change over the northern part in Benin indicated also that there is a rapid conversion of natural vegetation to cropland areas and settlements. So water resources at catchment scale are then severely impacted by this environmental change, leading then to the significant change in river discharge. So due to these various situations over the northern part in Benin, the assessment of the impact of environmental change, meaning the climate and land use, is welcome to know what will be the status of the hydrological system at the Tiele catchment over northern Benin. So the objective of this work is to assess the impact of climate and land use change on the discharge of Tiele catchment using an example of climate simulation and land use change. So the Tiele catchment is part of Penjeri Basin with an area of 828 square kilometers. And then the main activity over there is the rainfall agriculture, meaning the cotton, which is the catch crop of Benin, and also the various cropping system over there. So the climate of the catchment is you have one rainy season and also one dry season. The main river over the catchment is a tributary stream from the Penjeri River. Next. So the data we collected from the catchment, you have the DM, the digital elevation model, also the climate variables, precipitation, temperature, solar radiation, winds, and also the relative humidity at daily scale. You also have the discharge of the catchment, the land use, the soil, and also the various agricultural practices over the catchment. Next. So regarding the climate simulation, we tried four regional climate models from Codes Africa under two scenarios, the RCP 4.5 and 8.5. And then the historical period is from 1976 up to 2005, and then the future period is 2021 up to 2050. That's, okay. So the table here is showing the RCM we use for this work. So have the four RCM. These RCM are chosen based on their ability to represent, to simulate the hydrological condition over West Africa. So after retrieving this model from Codes, we try to downscale the climate model for our particular area, or the Chile catchment, and then we also perform the bias correction to remove all those bias from the climate model. So for the land use scenarios, based on the projected land use over the catchment, we made a scenario where we assume that land use, the main conversion of land use over the catchment is the conversion from the natural vegetation to cropland and then settlement. Next. So the next step also is the hydrological modeling, where you use the SWOT, which is actually a model of tools. The soil and water assessment tool is the semi-distributed hydrological model, and we perform the simulation at daily time step. And after the simulation, we perform what we call the calibration and the validation of the model based on the data of the catchment using SWOT COP. Next. So here you have the main steps we use for this study. The blue dash point is the part of the hydrological model, the simulation, the hydrological simulation. The red part is the climate change process we have done, and then what is in the green is the land use scenarios. So the first part is the blue one. We perform the simulation based on the data of the catchment. So we calibrated and validated the model. And then apart from that, we have also the climate aspect, where we drive the climate models. We downscale, we bias corrected each climate models. We perform statistical performance of each models based on some metrics, and then you have the corrected data. After that, we use the corrected RCM data into the validated hydrological model, the SWOT, to perform then the future condition of the hydrological process over the catchment. Next step. So here you have the two figures. The one at the left side is for the calibration, and the one here at the right top down here is for the validation periods. So from the figure, we can see that we tried our best to have a good simulation, but we saw how relatively good. And then also we have that table who indicated the statistical matrix we had from the calibration and also from the validation periods. Next, please. So after doing that, we moved to the bias correction process. So the bias correction process is to try to remove what is bias, all those bias related to each climate models, 4 climate models. So the figure here are showing the result we got for each bias correction for each climate models. So from the figure, we can see that the raw data, the data we just collected from the codes, and then the bias corrected, which is in blue, the raw data is in red, and then the bias corrected data is in green. And the line in black is the observation data, is the data we collected from the field. So what we are doing here, we are trying to perform in such a way we get the raw and the bias corrected and the observation overlapped. That's the purpose of doing this bias correction. So from the figure, we can see that we try our best to get data better than what we had when it was raw. So the table over there also is indicating the statistical matrix we obtained from the process. Next, please. Same as for the presentation, we have also here the bias correction for temperature, the maximum, and then the minimum temperature. The top figure, figure A, is for the maximum temperature, and the one down is for minimum temperature. From here, you can see that everything is overlapped, meaning that the bias correction seems to be better than what we had for the presentation. And also in the table, you can see the matrix, the statistical matrix for the maximum temperature, where the matrix are quite good, indicating that the bias correction was good for temperature and better than for the precipitation. So here you have some results for precipitation change under each scenarios for the 4.5 and then the 8.5. Each climate model indicated the change in precipitation in the future condition. And then we have what we call the model answer mean. The model answer mean is the mean of the model together. We are doing that in such a way to remove the bias correlated with each climate model. So by doing the model answer mean, we are trying to remove each bias which is actually correlated with each climate model. So then we consider the model answer for the result. So here you can see that the model answer mean indicated a decrease about 0.8 in precipitation change under the ASPE 4.5, and then a decrease of about minus 3.2 under ASPE 8.5. So regarding the mean monthly temperature, you can see that under the first scenario, climate scenario, RCP 4.5, there is an increase of about 1.5 degrees Celsius. And then for the second one is about an increase of about 3 degrees Celsius under RCP 8.5. Next, please. So here you have the future condition of the mean annual discharge under the scenarios, the climate scenarios. So here we consider only the climate data, because you have the climate models, also we have the land use scenarios. So you perform the result for only climate change, only for land use, and then we combine the both to get the result for the environmental change. So here for the climate change only, we have the model answer mean, which is actually projecting 2.9% under RCP 4.5 and 6.7 under RCP 8.5. Yes, please. So regarding the land use change only, we have during the rainy season, we consider here we focus on rainy season. We can see that there's an increase, the mean mountain increase in stream flow and also the water yields of about 20 millimeters for stream flow and also water yield. And then regarding the lateral flow and the evapotranspiration, we had of about 5 millimeters and 10 millimeters decrease, respectively, for lateral flow and evapotranspiration. Next, please. So when we combine everything together, I mean the climate and then the land use scenario, we can see here that the model ensemble indicated an increase of about 10% under RCP 4.5 and an increase of about 40% under the RCP 8.5. Next, please. So in total, what we had is there is a decrease in annual mean precipitation under RCP 4.5 with a significant decrease under the RCP 8.5. There is also an important increase in mean annual temperature under both climate scenarios, and there is also an increase in discharge under climate and under both climate scenarios. So change in climate and land use over the catchment will alter water-related ecosystem service by 2050. And also this result we got from this work can be also used to develop adaptive strategies to improve household water supply and small-scale farming system within the catchment. What we recommend is that soil and water conservation techniques such as reservoir mulching can be used to supply water for local community and support small-scale farming system over the catchment. So thank you.
Colleagues, we can give another round of applause to all our presenters. Thank you so much. You've done a wonderful job. I presume that, as I indicated in the beginning, we were taking notes for points of discussion, maybe for the respective presenters of interest to you. The time that we are getting into now, we are going to give ourselves 35 minutes, because it's 5 minutes for each presenter, and then we get a round of questions. They address directed to the specific, to the respective presenter. So I want to invite Leander. I've created space there now that we are no longer projecting. So you can come and take a seat on that chair. Colleagues, I think it is important that now we can take a round of questions so that we can constructively add value to these wonderful presentations that have been made, ranging from the use of technology in climate, building climate resilience and adaptation, to management of wetlands, prediction and modeling to manage the future. So now let's get to know the points of discussions that shapes this work that have been presented. So you can do, just raise your hands and then you specify the questions that you are, the specific question, yes. Do we have mics?
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Climate change has been on the topic board for quite some time now. And we are dealing with the most powerful person in the world, Donald Trump, who says climate change is just an opportunity for scientists to make money, and it's just a hoax. But the presentation that you've made, I can see the scientific nature, how you made all these researches. So when yes, when he made his presentation, it was about Northern Ghana. So I wanted to ask how his research can be generalized to the whole of Ghana. But Northern Ghana is the climate is different from Southern Ghana. So I was waiting to ask the generalizability of his research to the whole of Ghana. Then my other brother of mine also came. Then he came to Southern Ghana with the one district of Ghana. And so I was asking, how do we apply, how do we generalize his findings to also Ghana? Then if you look at Ghana, we have the northern side, which is hot, then the southern side, which is not hot. There are two different climates. Then if you look at Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, we are all along the coast in West Africa. We have similar patterns of climate. Then my another brother of mine also came, he presented in northern Benin. The master's class that we had, the last one, was talking about how we can appeal to policymakers with our researches. I'm a layman when it comes to climate issues. So the three of you who came to present, not all of you presented, some in different parts of Africa. So with very limited budget, how would you advise me to fund any of the two, especially the two of you from Ghana, who have similar parties with different outcomes? How would you convince me to maybe fund yours, or how can I generalize your research findings within Ghana and Benin?
Thank you so much for your question. I think it's directed to the two Ghanaian presenters and the Benin presenter as well. Take note of the questions. Any other questions, points of discussions, so that we... Okay, Prof.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can just project my voice. I think thank you very much for the nice presentations. I think all of them were quite very informative around climate change, trying to look at how technological innovations can also be used to address climate change, how to build resilience economy. But I only have a question for, I think it's Ayanda on the wetlands. I think you have in your preamble that you spent quite some time running that research in that area with a number of sites. I'm just particularly interested in when people realize that these eucalyptus are really taking so much water, and in your recommendations you were talking about gardens. Are these practices not happening already? Did you find any resistance to the idea that you need to change now from eucalyptus to some other form of gardening? Or there's a whole history that they've always been planting eucalyptus and so on and so on? What's the acceptability of some of the recommendations you've made?
Thank you so much, Prof. And I think Luyanda has taken notice of that. Let me take another third question.
Thank you to everyone for the presentation. My question is for the study on the farmers and the NASA system. I wanted to ask, given that your findings showed consistent drought conditions over the past 2 years, what are the practical solutions that you think could help farmers remain resilient throughout the drought seasons? And then for everyone most of you spoke about technological devices that you used in your research, I just wanted to find out, in terms of the groundwork with the farmers, what is their understanding of these tools that you're introducing to perhaps their indigenous systems, that are in place, how was the reception with the participants for those who did the groundwork studies?
Okay, I think that presenter this is my third and fourth. Probably after this, we addressed it. I will go there. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, mine is quite short and is directed to, I think it's Tiani, in terms of information systems, communication. Why is indigenous knowledge not part of them? Because we see a lot of research actually delving into that into some detail.
Thank you, Doc. I come to this side. Allow me to give time for the presenters to address these questions, and then I come to this end. Who is coming first?
All right, so thank you very much for your questions. For the first question, which was talking about the study was based in one district, and what is the generalization? When I was presenting, I mentioned that it is cost-effective. And since it is just based in one location, we can just do the same thing at a different location. Just get the maps, then do our analysis, get the rainfall and temperature data. Then we also assess using the NDVI anomalies to tell whether indeed those periods had drought or not. So that will inform us. So this is not a generalization, it's location specific. So since I did it over there because I've been working with farmers around that particular area. So I wanted to see what is going to happen there in the next years, or with regards to what I've done, if I can give them some informed decisions to also plan ahead of what they are going to do in the coming seasons. Thank you very much. So with the second question, I want to also add up to what I did. There was a research that we also did. So we were working with stakeholders, farmers, which are our main priority, then extension officers and policymakers. So with the farmers, since we have been working with extension officers, so those that are living in the rural areas, we came up with a code where maybe if you have any challenge in your farm, you can just dial that code. With the maps, it's also related to the policymaker. So if there's a map like that, anybody can just get access to it. If they want to implement any policy with respect to the map or with the map available, they can also take policy actions. So with question number 2 from my dear sister, climate change is here with us. And we just have to develop adaptive measures in order to fit in. As I was saying when I presented, population keeps increasing, and there's a need for us to feed the increasing population. What are we supposed to do? We have to, initiate climate resilient activities. So one of the tools that have been, one of the systems or one of the mechanisms that have been recommended for farmers is biochar. I don't know whether some of us have heard of biochar before. It's a stable solid which is produced under low oxygen content, and it can be applied as a soil conditioner to improve our soil moisture. So what I did was that since they are farmers, they are going to gather or generate a lot of waste after they've harvested their crops. And even with the agriculture value chain, there are a lot of waste which are being generated. So what are we going to do with this waste? Most of them burn the waste just to create space to plant. So as much as I was also educating them, I informed them that since there's climate change, they don't have to burn their waste, but they should just use a mechanism that they can use to produce the biochar and apply it as a soil amendment to improve soil moisture, therefore increasing their crop yield amidst climate change, climate change issues. And another thing that I also recommend for them was the type of crop that they are going to plant, because every crop and its water requirement. So you have to, with what I've presented, for instance, you can just base on it to know, oh, okay, if I want to go with a perennial crop like pineapple, it could last for, the growing cycle could be 18 months. So if I do it, will it affect the yield or will it affect the performance? So if within that particular period, it could affect it, then you shift to a crop that could complete its growth cycle within a short period of time. So if there's anything, it might not even impact it negatively or impact it, highly or largely. Thank you very much.
guy is so loaded that he wants to give us another presentation. So, yeah, thank you so much for addressing those questions. So I urge you to be very straight to the point and address the questions. Yes, Luyanda, I'll come.
Thank you for your question, Prof. Please may I answer you in two parts? I'll be very brief. Regarding the eucalyptus plantation in the MCP, there's actually a long history with the eucalyptus plantations. SAPI was once established there, but then they chased SAPI out. Okay, first I should have started with the fact that I collaborated with SEON, and they've done a lot of work around trying to manage wetlands and restricting eucalyptus plantations. So SAPI was established in Maputo-land, and then they were chased out because they realized the amount of damage they were actually doing there. However, it's still ongoing illegally. So there's a lot of politics and corruption involved. They are paying people who live there to continue plantations. So because they make quite a lot of money and people need that money, nobody says anything. So it's like hush-hush money. And then to answer your second question, the demonstration gardens, how that came about, we went to Machubeni in the Eastern Cape for a field trip where we were looking at their way of living and how they're making the best of the situation that they're currently facing. They have an invasive species called lapezi, and it's really just causing a lot of damage. So what they've done is they have demonstration gardens teaching people how to farm in their own gardens at home and how to grow those and sustain themselves, and it has been working. So when I saw that, I thought actually this could also work in the Maputo land because nobody is teaching these farmers, and by farmers I'm referring to women who are leading households who don't have men to depend on or jobs that they could rely on. It's just women who are trying to make a living for themselves and their households. So I thought actually this idea could work in the Maputo land if they were taught correctly, because Seon already has science days, but it only happens once in a year. So if it was a continuous thing, I think it could benefit the women in Maputo land.
Thank you, Luyanda. I think, Prof, you, okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for the issue of President Trump, it's something that we all know. Climate deniers are everywhere, but the important thing about climate change is that climate has been changing since time immemorial, but the current trend of climate change is a problem because the system is changing beyond the natural adaptability of the systems. So that is the reason why it is becoming very topical. So I think that is there. Then on the issue of generalization of the findings, you realize that climate is location specific. And in Ghana, we have basically 3 or 4 climatic zones, right? In northern Ghana, falling under one of them, which is the Savannah climate zone, experiences different type of weather pattern from southern Ghana. They have only one rainfall season the whole year, while southern Ghana has 2, the major and then the minor. So it wouldn't make sense for you to generalize findings in northern Ghana across southern Ghana or the whole of Ghana, because the climatic conditions are different, and then you need to address the local situations. And then on the issue of indigenous knowledge, yes, if you look at the projections I made reference to the various channels of communication, you realize that indigenous knowledge are embedded in the development of the local calendars. I didn't talk much about it because if you look at the design of these local climate weather calendars for communities, they do it in conjunction with the community members. But then the information that is largely provided there is largely historic. You look at their experiences in the previous seasons in designing those ones. So it is not a predictive tool. And usually it has failed a lot of farmers in northern Ghana. Though I listed that because it's a component of an indigenous knowledge system. But then for moving forward, most of the extension officers have also relied heavily on the indigenous system because for sometimes it tends to help them to be able to communicate very well with the farmers. So, but I'll still, it's a work in progress. I'll still look around issues of indigenous knowledge systems to see how I can use it to better improve the final outcome of this research. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the question also encroached on the Benin Ghana.
Sure. So I just want to add some few things to what they have said. Is that when we consider the climate projections, so when we are using climate projection for a particular place, that's sure you have the data. You can have the data. So you have also to consider what is happening over the area. For the Ghana, you see, in Ghana we have, apart from the agricultural activity, they also have mining in Ghana. But in Benin, we don't have mining. We are not doing mining in Benin. So that's why I consider, apart from the climate models, I use also the land use. Because the land use is also part of what is bringing a lot of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So it's depending on what is happening in the field. What is happening in Ghana is not the same in the Benin. So when you want to generalize everything across both countries, is that you are missing something. You can do it, but you know that something is missing somewhere. Because unless you specify that in Benin is only agricultural activity, but in Ghana is agricultural activity plus many processes. So you have to describe everything when we want to generalize. That's why each time we use catchment to perform that climate process over each catchment. But you can also do it. You can process for the whole water basin. You can do the climate impact for the whole water basin. But within the water basin, there are various climate conditions within the water basin. Even my catchment is part of the water. What is happening in Ghana is not exactly the same to what is happening in Benin. So you have to pay attention, you have to be cautious about what is happening in the field. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I had questions. I'll come to you, Pauline, and this one. This one's first. I'll come to you after this one.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a question for Beatrice Ndosi. In one of your findings, you mentioned that there is 54% of male participation. And then I realized that what some of the factors that contribute to less participation of youth or female youth in rice production, and also maybe at district and national level, what are some of the policies or programs that we have that promote female participation? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Beatrice, you are taking note of that. Let me rush to Dr. Pauline.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but a comment and perhaps feedback to all of you. I think I really enjoyed the solutions that your work is bringing out in relation to this very important challenge that we have about using technology, evidence that you have used to using innovation in technology to find solutions towards the climate change impact on agriculture. Now, I'm wondering, have you thought about how you are taking that evidence to action? And I noticed that most of you are talking about policy recommendations. I think most of you had policy recommendations. And others have evidence that can inform practice. So my comment and also feedback is for you to start thinking about how do I then take this forward, either to influence practice change or policy recommendation. And last week, I think most of you participated in that session on how you communicate your evidence. And I would really want to challenge you to look at how you can use any of those platforms that we talked about, a policy brief, an op-ed, and various other tools to start now engaging. And use of social media doesn't call for so much. Posting an op-ed in a newspaper doesn't call for so much. Maybe a policy brief.
Recording
maybe,
in progress.
But I'm just trying to encourage you to push it out to evidence, to action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, for reliving the masterclass sessions. The
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to ask a question to Jared. Yeah. You used the capability approach with other theories, and I realized you spoke about agency as a theory that you used, and I know that the capability approach, we have agency as a concept. So how did you use the two? Because I'm also using the capability approach, so I want to understand how you conceptualize the two. Do you understand me? Okay, I'm saying that with the capability approach that you used, I know that we have the concept of agency in the capability approach. And you also highlighted that you used another theory that is youth agency. So I want to know how you use the two theories. Yeah.
Okay, I think, Jared, you picked that up. My young brother is here. Yes, some comments as well.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the wonderful presentations. So I just have two questions going to Beatrice. And the first question, I might have just missed it, but I wanted to ask as to what data collection tool did you guys use? What data collection tool did you guys use? And secondly, if any, what were the limitations to your study? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think I must be having the last one. It's the only one I'm seeing. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. This one goes to Luyanda. You mentioned that there are farming practices that take place within the wetlands. Was there preference for types of crops that were grown there? I don't think I picked that in your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. I think, yeah, we are good. So these are the questions that we have. And I think I had one or two comments to Jerit. Probably you did a review, and my questions were that's very simple. Was there any such strategy? How was the quality assurance of the articles that you included done? Just those two. But you can deal with those last. While you address this, I think after you address those comments, we'll have an overview from Doc, who is our rapporteur, about the whole presentation from the panel. So who is coming first to just briefly? Beatrice. Oh, okay. Briefly.
Okay. I think she asked on the factors, a factor that was mainly on that hindered the participation of women. So it was seen from the results, the credit access issue. As we all know, like in our the financing issues for especially in rural areas, it is very hard for the females to ask for loans. Mainly it's directed for males because they mostly own things on their household. So you find for a woman, she has some what do they call? It's like the thing that you ask a loan with. Sorry, then. Pardon? Yes, the collateral. I mean, they do not have collaterals to ask for these loans, so they are already like limited in asking for the issues of credit. And mostly it goes for men. You find men own lands, they own a lot of things that they can help them in credit access. So it already creates a gap in credit access for these women. So they fully cannot participate properly on these agricultural issues. And on the issue of a policy, to my knowledge as of now, I have no policy in mind, but we have organizations that are doing this. They are like promoting youth, especially women, in agribusiness. We have an organization such as Farm Africa that is working in these regions that are major rice producing, as well as other regions like Dodoma, which have different climate conditions. That is Dodoma and Singida. They are semi-arid. They are also performing the youth in agribusiness. They are mainly concerning with women to involve themselves in the agriculture generally and the business involving agriculture. Yeah, that is it. I would say the organizations more are working on it. That is why I talked to the national and the policies. Oh, they are saying youth, but we don't see this participation really. Is it really happening? Like the lived realities, we don't really participate that much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have Beatrice. Yes. And from my brother there, this is a secondary data. I use secondary data from the National Bureau of Standards. That's why, yeah.
Thank you so much. I think the questions have been addressed. Who is coming first? I think the questions, Jared or Luyanda?
So to answer your question, well, interestingly enough, wetlands don't have seasons, so they don't have preference of what crop they want to grow. You can grow anything at any time. It just depends on the need that the person has, like at that time. So yes, in the Maputoland coastal plain specifically, they usually grow sweet potatoes, bananas, and cabbage. So that's like their staple diet, so to say. But there is no preference. You can grow anything. It just depends on what they need at that specific time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I'll start with the capability approach, right? We used that theory to view youth, the capability of youth to influence change or to transform societies, or the capabilities that they also have to implement those climate-driven action and innovation initiatives. Then on the youth agents, we focused on, it's almost similar. We checked whether the youth, do they have the skills, do they have the aspirations, do they also have the knowledge to implement the climate-driven solutions. And your question as well? Okay, to answer your question, we conducted an open search from the different databases, right? And we used keywords to search for the relevant literature. Then, like I said, we found 412 articles. We had to do a manual analysis. We didn't use Atlas or what to select the relevant articles. So from the articles that we searched or reviewed, we found that most of them, they were just talking about coping and adaptation, right? So it was easy to identify the articles that are relevant to youth-driven climate innovation solutions, or youth-driven climate and innovation solutions, yes, or initiatives.
Colleagues, we can surely attest that this was a very good panel session of presentations and answering of questions. Let's give them a round of applause once more. Yeah, you can take your seats, but I want to invite Dr. Temba Lukele, who was actually rapporteuring and listening to all these presentations, just give an overview, and then we move forward. Thank you. Dr. Lukele.
As introduced,
I'm in the development studies, professor in the making. Mine is to give a summary wrap-up on what we did. In doing that, I will really want to commend and applaud all the presenters who gave us a very insightful presentation in different aspects of the theme of this conference or of this session, which is focusing on innovation and climate action. So indeed it shows that as scientists in this space, we are not deterred by the notion that climate change is just a way of making money, but we take it very serious. The evidence is attested in the presentation shared by different scholars here. One which is of remarkable notification or that came out in the presentation was the Africa landscape in terms of the presentation representativeness. We had some research that came from the East Africa, research work came from the West Africa and in the Southern Africa region. That shows that as an African continent, we are all taking the issue of climate change very seriously. Thank you to Collins for giving us insights in terms of the push-pull systems, in terms of assisting farmers to improve their yields. Maybe one thing that we'll need to take it further is the scaling of such kind of technologies, even in the other regions of the, in other areas of the African region. That was very insightful and interesting study. Tijan also gave us a good presentation wherein he reminded us or showed us the importance of communication channels that are used by different farmers in terms of communicating weather and climate change information. That was very, very helpful to see the importance of information in dealing and addressing issue of climate change. Very interestingly, we have seen that radio remains the most important tool or system in communicating information in this era of information technology and social media. So thank you for that, teacher. Also, Beatrice, very interesting study. We applaud and thank you for that, especially in the showing of how the farmers select and use different adaptability strategies. We may have and propose the adaptability strategies, but what came out from her study was that we don't know how the farmers select and use the strategies. That was very important to know, that there is a rational choice behind in the selection thereof. So the application of this hybrid theory, rational choice, as well as the random utility theories, was very important in giving us insight in that space and discourse. Emmanuel, thank you very much in terms of giving us a presentation that talks to the remote sensing system that monitor the issue of drought in the rural outskirts that are mainly doing agriculture. A very innovative presentation that we have shown in terms of presenting and proposing a system or a tool that can assist farmers to identify drought for proactive and early warning systems and response to the issue of drought. So again, coming to Leander in a presentation, socioecological drivers of wetlands conversion. One asked maybe the question that, do we really need to convert these wetlands? Because she indicated that these are our scarce resources and useful for recharging our water systems. So do we need to convert them to start with? But we have seen that there are some socio-ecological drivers which perpetuate this conversion in different areas, especially in the area of the northern KZN. Jared also showing us a study or presented a study that talks to the youth-driven solution for climate resilience. So basically, she reminded us of changing the narrative of seeing youth as passive participants in the whole discourse of climate change and innovative measures. So basically, the study gave us a direction for future research in the discourse of youth-driven climate change initiatives and systems. The innovative systems thinking was very helpful to understand the interconnectedness of things in the dealing with the issue of climate change issues. And lastly, Quentin, we understood now in Berlin that Berlin and Ghana sharing the same climate and kind of a weather conditions there. So basically shedding insight in terms of understanding the impact of climate and land use change in water catchments. Again, same as the previous study by Yolanda, that water catchment and these wetlands are very important, which generally they are calling for the preservation and nurturing of these spaces. So in a nutshell, colleagues, the presentations and also the inputs and comments, questions raised by you were very insightful in assisting us to chart the way forward in terms of taking this debate and discourse further and take the issue of climate change very seriously from scientific point of view, but also with an intent to influence policy as well as practice. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lukele. This marks the end of this session. On the program there, I see something for tea and something, but I don't know, is the program director here or I am mandated to do something here that I'm not initially supposed to do? Who is the program director? Or I'll let you, because on the program here, it reads that we're supposed to break for tea, and then after breaking for tea, will be there's a poster session on the foyer. We're supposed to, I think, go and also view some posters there that are being presented outside. So we could break for tea, but I was looking for guidance from the program director, if they are here. Otherwise, I will be arrested for usurping powers. But I think we can break for tea, and then we can get guidance from the program director. I cannot. I don't have the capacity to dismiss you. Thank you. Let's break for tea and get for fun. Yeah.